Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This probably won't sound like much at first, but it's one of those things that sneaks up on you. I didn't even realize how off it was until I looked back at all of it, how long it went on, how early the signs started. I feel stupid saying that now, because it seems so obvious, but it wasn't then. It started with my car Bluetooth. I drive a 16 Civic, nothing special, just the kind of car that's reliable enough to never make you think twice about it. I park it in a lot behind my building, right under a street light. It's not a high crime area or anything, so I've never worried much. A couple months ago, I started noticing something weird when I got in the car in the morning. The Bluetooth screen would flash like it was connecting to a device not mine. My phone's named normally, just my name. But this was something else. Nokia 1031. I figured it was a neighbor's, maybe someone walking past. The system's kind of dumb, it'll pick up whatever's nearby, even if it never connects. But it kept happening. Not every day, but maybe 3 or 4 mornings a week. Always when I started the engine for the first time. I'd hear the little chirp, the screen would blink, and I'd see that same name. Nokia 1031. It never stayed connected, just popped up, then disappeared. I kept forgetting to delete it from the known devices list. I'd see it, go, I'll take care of that later, and then forget again. Then one morning I got in and noticed the glove box was open. I never leave it open. I don't keep much in there, just napkins, insurance card, and one of those mini tire inflator kits. But it was wide open like someone had been digging through it. I assumed maybe I'd hit the latch accidentally the day before. I slammed it shut and didn't think about it again. Then, a few days later, the passenger seat was reclined all the way back. I hadn't touched it. I drive alone. I almost never have passengers, and when I do, nobody adjusts the seat like that. It was flat, like someone had been sleeping in it. That's when the Bluetooth thing clicked in my head. Nokia 1031. Back again that morning. I finally pulled up the dash cam footage. I'd installed one last winter after a hit and run on my street, but I barely ever check it. I had to dig through the micro SD card just to find the right night. I fast-forwarded through most of it, just hours of quiet parking lot footage under the streetlight. Until 3:17 a.m. The frame jumped a little as motion was detected. And then I saw it. The interior lights blinked on. Someone was already inside. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't see them approach the car. I didn't see the door open. They were just there, sitting in the driver's seat. Not panicked, not rushed. They reached over and popped the lock on the rear door, then climbed into the back seat. Like they'd done it before, like it was normal. They pulled a blanket out from somewhere I couldn't see, maybe under their coat, and laid down. No rush, no fumbling. Just tucked themselves in like they were settling in for the night. They were holding something in their right hand. When they shifted, it caught the light. A key fob. My key fob. At least, It looked exactly like mine. They laid there, completely still, didn't check their phone, didn't drink anything, just curled up and disappeared under the blanket. My chest went tight. I backed the footage up, watched again. They didn't come from anywhere. No one approached the car. They were inside already. I pulled the SD card and sat there on the couch, shaking. Went outside 15 minutes later and checked the back seat. Didn't find the blanket, didn't find anything, but the faint outline of where someone had been lying down was still there, pressed into the cushion. I checked all the windows, no sign of a break-in. Doors were locked. I only have one key fob. The spare was supposed to be in my kitchen drawer, but when I checked, the drawer was empty. I didn't call the police that night. I don't know why. I think part of me was afraid they'd ask how long it had been happening. I didn't have an answer. I changed the locks on my apartment the next morning. I started sleeping with a baseball bat near the bed. I know that sounds paranoid, but after watching someone fold themselves into my car like it was theirs, I didn't feel stupid about being cautious anymore. I went 3 nights without seeing the Bluetooth pop up. Then it came back. Nokia 1031. The same day, I walked out to my car and found a small smear on the rear window. Faint, like something greasy. The shape wasn't clear, just the smudge of a hand or a coat sleeve brushing past. That night, I checked the dash cam footage again. Same time. 3:17. Interior lights flicker. They're back. This time, they don't lie down. They just sit in the passenger seat. Hands folded. Looking straight ahead. No movement. Just still. For over an hour. Then the lights flick off and they're gone. Not walking away. Just gone. After the footage ended, I just sat there in the dark with my laptop open, watching that frame over and over again. The way they sat so still. The way they didn't look around, didn't check their phone, didn't adjust the seat or scratch or yawn or do anything normal. Just sat there, hands folded, staring through the windshield. And the part that kept getting under my skin when the interior lights turned off again, it didn't happen because the door closed. It happened like someone had manually pressed the button. Like they knew how to make themselves disappear on camera. They were too good at this. Too comfortable. I deleted the footage off the dash cam, not to hide it just because I couldn't look at it anymore. Like leaving it on the card meant it was still happening. I called the police the next day. Told them someone had been breaking into my car at night. I didn't go into details about the footage or the Bluetooth or the key fob. I just said someone had gotten in and I didn't know how. The officer was polite but casual, took down the basics, said they'd add extra patrols around the block. Told me to keep the doors locked and maybe consider parking in a garage if I could. I didn't have a garage. Just the same open lot, the same patch of concrete under that buzzing street light. I started parking closer to the curb after that, just within view of my kitchen window. Still not perfect, but at least I could see the car at night without stepping outside. For a few days, nothing happened. No Bluetooth ping. No glove box. No seat movement. I started to feel like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it had just been a one-time thing Some freak moment where someone found an open door and took advantage of it. Maybe the smudge was old. Maybe I'd misread the light turning off. Maybe. But then the key fob went missing again. I know where I keep it now. I double-checked it every morning for a week. Middle drawer, right side, under the takeout menus. And on the 6th day, it was gone. No sign of forced entry, no broken window. My apartment door was still locked from the inside, but the drawer was open, and the fob was gone. Again. I ran outside. The car was still there, still locked. I started it with my primary fob. It worked fine. Everything looked untouched. Until I checked the rearview mirror. It had been tilted slightly upward, just enough that I couldn't see out the back properly. Not a big change. Not something you'd notice unless you looked for it. But it was different. That night, I didn't sleep inside. I sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the car from the window. The street lamp flickered a little, but nothing happened for hours. Just whined, the occasional car passing, someone walking a dog. Then, at exactly 3:17, the Bluetooth chirped on my phone. Nokia 1031, connected, not available, not nearby. Connected. I froze. Looked at my phone. It had linked up to something before I even left the apartment. I opened the dash cam feed through the app. The camera I'd installed had a live view option. I clicked it, heart pounding. And there they were. Back seat. Lying down again. Blanket pulled to the chin. Legs bent slightly toward the passenger side. Same shape. Same stillness. But this time, their face was turned toward the camera. Not enough to see details, just enough to make it clear they knew it was there. Like they were waiting for me to look. I didn't call the police this time. I don't know why. It felt pointless. I felt involved now. Not in danger necessarily, not yet, but tangled up in something I didn't understand. I stayed at a friend's apartment the next night. Didn't tell her the real reason. Just said there was work being done on my place. She let me crash on her couch without questions. But when I left the next morning and got into her car to drive back to mine, the screen blinked. Connecting to Nokia 1031. I didn't even have to check. I already knew it wasn't my phone. I stared at the screen for maybe a full minute. Nokia 1031. That name, again, on a different car, a different Bluetooth system, a different city block. I wasn't even in my own neighborhood. I was driving my friend's Camry. I hadn't been near my own Civic in over 12 hours, and still there it was. The car's system tried to pair automatically, like it had done this before. Like it recognized it. I hit the cancel button on the screen, pulled over on a side street, and just sat there. My hands were shaking. I knew what it meant. Whoever had been in my car wasn't just camping out or stealing keys. They were following me, or they had followed me, and now they were already somewhere nearby, close enough for a Bluetooth signal to pop up. I called my friend and told her something came up and I needed to go back to my place. I didn't explain why. I just drove. took side streets, kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing at a corner holding my spare fob, but there was no one, just the occasional pedestrian, some late dog walkers. By the time I got home, I couldn't remember half the drive. I went straight upstairs and locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, deadbolt, chain, all of it. Then I checked my phone. No new devices had been added to my Bluetooth list. But when I opened the app for the dash cam, there was a new alert. Motion detected at 3:17. I hit play. The feed showed the inside of my Civic. Passenger door closed, no one inside. Then the rear door opened, from the inside. Someone sat up in the back seat. Same blanket, same jacket. They didn't look at the camera this time. They just sat there for a long while, motionless. Then at 3:30 they reached up and touched the rearview mirror, tilted it slowly, just a few degrees. And then they mouthed something. Not loud, not dramatic, just lips moving. One sentence. I couldn't hear it, obviously. There's no audio on the interior cam. But I replayed the frame a dozen times, and I'm almost certain I know what they said. I see you. That's when I disconnected the camera, ripped it straight off the dash, didn't care if it damaged the cable. I didn't want to watch anymore. I didn't want to know. The next morning I went out to the car and sat in the driver's seat. Everything looked normal. Nothing broken, nothing disturbed. Except in the center console, tucked under some receipts, was a small piece of paper. Folded, perfectly square. I opened it. No words. Just a crude drawing. Black ink, ballpoint pen, a sketch of a car, mine, I think. Rear seat shaded darker than the rest. And above it, a little bubble, a face. No eyes, just the outline. And inside the face, 3 short lines. One across the mouth, 2 above where the eyes would be, like someone trying to mark quiet, or watching. I crumpled the paper and left it in the console, closed the lid, didn't want it in my pocket, didn't want it near me. That night, I took a sleeping pill, the first one I'd used in months. I just needed to get through one night without hearing the name pop up, without checking my phone every half hour. I still woke up around 3:30, not to a sound, just a feeling. I rolled over and looked out the window. The street lamp was off. Just that one, all the others still glowing. Mine dark. I stared into the lot. Couldn't see much, but I knew the shape of my own car. And I swear, in the passenger seat, I saw a light blink on for half a second. The blue glow of a screen connecting. Then gone again. I didn't go back to sleep. The next day, I went to a locksmith and had them recode my key fobs. I paid extra to make sure they wiped the old ones completely, even the spares, even the ones still in my possession. The guy looked confused when I handed over 2 fobs and said I needed all of them voided. Lose one, he asked. I just nodded. Didn't want to explain that someone else had been using mine more than I had. That night, I parked the Civic 2 blocks away. On purpose. I figured if this thing or this person was still following me, I didn't want them that close to the apartment. I checked the car before bed. Locked, lights off, empty. But the next morning, my phone pinged as I left the building. A new Bluetooth connection request. Nokia 1031. Followed by one line of text in the dashcam app. Even though the camera had been disconnected, "You shouldn't have moved it." I didn't know what to do with the message. "You shouldn't have moved it." I stared at it for a long time, waiting for it to disappear like maybe I imagined it. The dashcam app was still on my phone, even though I'd ripped the actual device off the windshield. There shouldn't have been a way for it to send anything. But the message was there. No notification, no alert, just waiting in the log like any other motion event. And the time next to it, spelled out now in my head whether I wanted it to be or not, was 3:17 in the morning. Same every night. I deleted the app. Not just closed it, I wiped it from the phone, cleared the data, factory reset it just to be safe. Then I tossed the camera into a dumpster behind the strip mall a few streets over. I don't know what I thought that would do. Maybe if I couldn't see it anymore, it couldn't see me either. But that night, when I started the car, the screen blinked again. Nokia 1031. This time it didn't even hesitate. It connected. I shut the car off immediately and just sat there with my hands on the wheel. Engine off, doors locked, heart racing. I was parked 2 blocks away from home again. Thought it would give me some space, but that made it worse. Now I was farther from my apartment, farther from help, and whatever had followed me had clearly never needed a key in the first place. I didn't sleep. I left the car where it was and walked back to my apartment with my hood up, head down. Didn't check the mirrors, didn't check the sidewalk behind me. I didn't want to know if someone was following. But I could feel it. That weight, like being watched from a place just out of frame. The next morning, I stood at my kitchen counter with my hands on either side of the sink and said it out loud. "What do you want?" It was stupid. There was no answer, no whisper, no knock, nothing but my own voice bouncing off the cabinets. But I couldn't take the silence anymore. I needed it to do something, to explain itself, or to end. Instead, I found another piece of paper that night. Not in the car, in my apartment, folded and tucked between the couch cushions, like it had been slid in while I wasn't looking. Same paper, same handwriting. No words this time, just a small drawing. A door, cracked open, and inside it, a dark rectangle with a single curved line, like a person curled on the floor. I flipped the paper over. Nothing. No date, no signature, just that simple, awful drawing. I didn't throw this one away. I left it on the counter and went to bed with every light on. I dreamt I was driving. Same streets I always take, same route home. But every time I turned, the road led back to the train yard. No matter which way I turned the wheel, I'd end up circling the same lot of rusted freight cars and graffiti-tagged fences, headlights cutting through tall grass. My own taillights reflected back at me from somewhere I shouldn't have been able to see. In the dream, I heard the voice for the first time. Not a shout. Not even words, really. Just a whisper that sounded like it came from the speakers. Some part of me knew what it was trying to say. You let me in. I woke up on the couch, mouth dry, neck aching, the lights still on. I didn't go to work that day. I didn't go anywhere. I sat in my kitchen for hours with the paper in front of me, tracing the lines of that little figure in the doorway with my fingertip, over and over. At some point I started crying, and I didn't even notice when I started. The next night, the Bluetooth didn't connect. The car was quiet. No smudges on the windows. No paper in the console. No alert on my phone. And for the first time in weeks, I thought maybe it was over. But the silence didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. I left the car parked on the street and slept in my bed for the first time in days. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the nightstand. It wasn't a call. Just a new file sitting in my inbox. No subject. No sender. Just a video titled Back Seat. I didn't want to open the video. It just sat there in my inbox, waiting. No message attached, no name, just that single file. Titled in lowercase. Back Seat. I stared at it for a long time, phone in my hand, thumb hovering just above the screen, like maybe if I hesitated long enough, it would vanish on its own, but it didn't. I finally pressed play. It opened in a narrow frame shot vertically, like a phone camera, no sound. The interior of my car. From the center console, facing the back seat. The lighting was dim. It looked like it had been recorded just before dawn, that washed out gray that settles over everything right before the sun comes up. It was quiet, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet where you know someone else is nearby, even if you can't see them yet. A few seconds passed. Then something shifted. The blanket moved. And the person, the same one from the dash cam footage, sat up slowly. Not groggy. Not disoriented. Just upright, like they'd been awake already. They turned to face the camera. And for the first time, I saw the face clearly. Or tried to. Because the face didn't look real. Not in a disfigured or monstrous way, just wrong. Like it had been pieced together from memory. Almost human. Almost familiar. But the details wouldn't stick. Every time I blinked, it felt different. The mouth was too narrow, the eyes too far apart, the skin too flat. Like something had assembled a mask and worn it for so long it had started to melt. They looked at the camera for maybe 6 or 7 seconds. Then they smiled. A small, stretched smile. And leaned forward. The video ended there. No sound, no fade. Just a hard stop. I sat on the floor, phone in my lap, not breathing. Because the scariest part of that whole thing wasn't the face. It was the background. The window. Behind the figure, outside the car, was my building. Not from the usual side. From the alley behind it. The view you'd only get if you parked in the back. I hadn't parked there in weeks. I deleted the video. Not that it mattered. I knew it would show up again if it wanted to. That night, I didn't go home. I didn't go to a friend's place either. I just drove. Took the highway north until the city lights disappeared, until I couldn't feel the weight of anything behind me. Pulled into a rest stop around 3 in the morning. Didn't sleep. Just sat in the car with the engine off and my hands in my lap, watching the lot from behind the windshield. Nothing happened. No Bluetooth pop-up. No movement in the mirrors. But I could feel it again. That awareness. That soft, awful attention pressing down on me from somewhere outside the glass. I drove home at sunrise. Tired. Hungry. Empty. The car felt smaller than it had before. Like the seats were closer together. Like the back was pushing forward just slightly. I started leaving the doors unlocked. That sounds insane, I know. But something about locking them felt useless now, like trying to keep a shadow out with a chain. I let the blanket stay in the back, too. It had reappeared some time after I got back. Neatly folded. No smell. No stains. It was like a courtesy. Like someone wanted me to understand I didn't need to be afraid. I just needed to accept it. Whatever it was. The next evening, I walked past the train yard. I don't usually take that route, but I wanted to see it again. Wanted to know if I felt anything, if the signal would return. I passed a row of broken chain-link fencing and stepped around a puddle where the ground dipped unevenly. The whole area smelled like wet metal and something older underneath it, like cold dust that had never been disturbed. As I walked, my phone buzzed. Just once. No message. No call. Just a brief screen flash. Device detected. Spelled out in full. Nokia 1031. I looked around. Nothing moved. No one followed. But the cars, the rusted ones lined up along the edge of the yard, they all looked like mine. Just a little. Same curve to the roof. Same shape to the rear window. I turned and left. Didn't look back. Didn't check the mirrors. Didn't run. Just walked like someone who already knew what was behind them. When I got home, there was one final note waiting. Not in the car. Not in my apartment. Taped to my front door. Handwritten. One sentence. The key was always yours. I stood at the door with that note in my hand for what felt like an hour. The key was always yours. The handwriting was the same as before. Small, tidy letters written in black pen. No punctuation. No signature. Just that one sentence, taped neatly to the frame like it belonged there. I didn't open the door right away. Something about that line settled in a part of me I didn't want to look at too closely. I felt like if I crossed the threshold too fast, something would follow. So I waited. I watched the hallway, watched the stairs. No one came. When I finally stepped inside, everything looked normal. Lights off. Shoes where I left them. Blanket still folded at the foot of the bed. But it didn't feel empty. I sat on the edge of the couch and stared at the window. The car was out there, parked in the usual spot. Still, silent. The same Civic I'd driven for years, same scratch under the driver's side mirror, same dent in the rear bumper from the snowplow last winter. But it didn't feel like mine anymore. Or maybe it felt too much like mine, like the version of it that had learned to watch me back. I didn't leave the apartment for the rest of the day. I didn't check the Bluetooth. I didn't open the app. I didn't even start the car. I just stayed inside, quiet, and let the silence settle. That night, I dreamed I was back inside the car. But it wasn't moving. It was parked somewhere unfamiliar. A wide, open lot under a pale yellow streetlight. No buildings, no signs, just gravel and air. The windows were fogged, like someone had been breathing inside for too long. And I wasn't alone. In the back seat, someone was sitting up straight. Not moving. Not speaking. Just watching me in the mirror. When I turned around, they leaned forward and pressed something into my hand. A key. Not the fob. A real metal key, old, worn, one of those cut from a machine types, with no buttons or plastic, just jagged steel and a strip of tape wrapped around the top. I looked down at it, and when I looked up, the back seat was empty. But the blanket was still warm. I woke up with my hands clenched. Nothing in them. Just sweat. The next morning I walked down to the car, not because I had to go anywhere. I just needed to see it, to make sure it was still real. The windows were clear, the doors locked. But when I looked through the glass, something was different. On the passenger seat, tucked between the cushion and the center console, was the blanket. Folded. A single key placed on top. Not a fob. Not mine. The same key from the dream. I didn't open the door. I didn't go inside. I just stood there in the cold, staring at it. And finally, I understood. This whole time, I'd thought someone was using my car like a place to hide. But it wasn't that. It never was. They weren't sneaking in. They were returning. And somewhere along the way, the car stopped being mine. Not stolen. Not haunted. Just changed. Claimed. The seat remembered them. The console held their things. The mirror tilted to their eyes. And the key? It was always theirs. I'd just been borrowing it, driving someone else's silence, keeping it warm. That night, I left the doors unlocked. I didn't turn on the interior lights. I didn't check the mirrors. I sat in the driver's seat, laid the blanket across my legs, and waited. For what, I still don't really know. But I didn't feel scared. I just felt finished. Like whatever had been circling my life was no longer outside the car or inside it, but somewhere else entirely. Or maybe right beside me, breathing softly enough not to be heard. I didn't check. I didn't speak. I just stayed until the sun started to rise. And then I drove. No destination. No music. Just the sound of the road and the soft pulse of the Bluetooth waiting to connect. Not to my phone. Not anymore. but to itself, to whatever it remembered. And for once, I didn't mind. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, no Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me. But everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb, leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things. A black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence. Then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. You opened it, the voice said. It wasn't a question. That means it's yours now. Click. Dead line. No number, just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house, outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe, or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van, but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted. but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly, just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11, when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before, unknown number. No caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city. Sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place. Not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. Not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down, and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me. Like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley, one from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry, no signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched, the windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now, 404 not found. I checked the email it came from, deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made, backups I thought were safe. 2 wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. And they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replace the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had, left the photos, the note, even the shoebox into a garbage bag, and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. Because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner. My real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, same angle as before, same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police. Again. Told them someone had broken into my home twice. Had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? For seeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch. To keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new, a reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid, a blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head. Like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts, no Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed. And I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind. A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one, plain white, no name. Inside was a photo, just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange, too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken. Tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated. just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't. Some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it. Printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were 2 buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those 2 buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. The more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense. Not staring at me or following me. Not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats. Just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted. Not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation, but what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision. I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older. Maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, No sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. Every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe. But not today. This happened 2 weeks ago, and I've gone back and forth about whether to even post it. Part of me feels stupid, like it's not that big of a deal, or like I'm overreacting. But I keep thinking about it at night, about what almost happened. So yeah, I'm posting this because I can't stop replaying it, and maybe writing it out will help. I live in the south side of Glasgow, one of those rows of attached houses with the identical red brick fronts and tiny front gardens full of broken solar lights and overgrown grass. Nothing fancy. The kind of street where you mostly know your neighbors, or at least what cars they drive. Anyway, it was a Tuesday night, well, technically Wednesday morning, and I'd just gone to bed around 1:30. Nothing unusual about the day. I worked late, had some leftover pasta, watched an episode of something I don't even remember. Normal stuff. At 1:42 a.m., my phone buzzed. Just one notification. Motion detected at front door. I've got one of those Ring doorbells, not for any specific reason. Just got it on sale last year and figured it couldn't hurt. Mostly it picks up delivery drivers, drunk students walking past, or the occasional fox that likes to sniff my recycling bin. I was half asleep, but I tapped the notification anyway, just out of habit. The clip was only 30 seconds long. A man in a dark hoodie walks up my front path, doesn't knock, doesn't look around, just grabs the handle and tries to open the door, calm, like he does it every day. He stands there for a few seconds, steps back, looks at the door again, doesn't say anything, then just turns around and walks off. No rush, no panic, just leaves, like he's disappointed he couldn't get in. I sat up in bed, wide awake now, heart going a bit too fast. I watched the clip again, and again. I zoomed in, even though the footage was grainy and the porch light was off. He's tall, maybe late 20s, hard to say. He's not masked or anything, just has the hood up. Doesn't seem drunk. Doesn't seem high, just deliberate. I checked the live feed. Nothing there now. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A guy tried my doorknob and walked away. It didn't even seem like a crime, just unsettling. I made sure the door was locked. It was then went back to bed, still holding my phone. Tried to sleep. Didn't. In the morning, I posted the clip to our neighborhood Facebook group. Just a short message. Anyone else get this guy on their cam last night? Tried my door around 1:40. Didn't knock, just walked off. It blew up. Within 10 minutes, I had 3 replies, then 5, then more. Same guy, same hoodie, same time. People started posting their own ring footage. Every video was almost identical. He walks up, tries the handle, doesn't say anything, and leaves. In one clip, he even waves at the camera before walking away. No one recognized him. No one knew where he came from. But what got me, what actually made my stomach drop, was this one comment from a woman who lives about 5 houses down. She wrote, "I think he came into my house." At first I thought she was joking. Some kind of sarcastic post like, "Ha ha, must have stopped for tea." But then she added more. "I forgot to lock the front door. Didn't notice anything weird until I saw my ring cam this morning. He walks in at 1:44, doesn't leave until almost 3. Almost an hour and a half." Everyone started commenting at once, asking if she was okay, if she called the police, what he did, why she didn't hear him. She said she'd slept through it. She lives alone. No dog, no partner, nothing. She said the only reason she knew for sure that he'd stayed was because her hallway camera picked up the timestamp. He walked into her living room, sat on the sofa for a bit, then wandered into the kitchen. He took a yogurt from her fridge. A yogurt. Ate it, put the spoon in the sink, didn't touch anything else. Just sat there, eating, like it was his place. Then he left. She didn't wake up until morning. She only figured it out because her slippers had been moved and the fridge light was on. Police came that afternoon, took statements, collected the footage. We never heard anything else. No arrests, no follow-up, nothing on the news. We don't know who he was or where he went. The weird part? It's like he disappeared. The Facebook group went nuts for a while. People started checking their doors 5 times a night, buying extra locks, keeping porch lights on all night. But after about a week, it died down, new posts stopped, everyone moved on. Except me. I still check the ring footage every morning. Still scroll back to 1:42 a.m. just in case. Nothing so far. But I keep thinking about that clip, the way he stood at my door, the way he tried the handle like it was no big deal, like he wasn't checking if it was locked, just seeing if this one would open. Like it was a routine. And maybe it was. Maybe he tries a street every month. Maybe that night, I was just lucky enough to have turned the key. After the Facebook group blew up that morning, I started noticing the change in the street. People were acting different. Curtains were drawn tighter, even during the day. Porch lights that used to be on timers now stayed lit through the night. A few neighbors I barely knew stopped me on the walk to my car, not to chat, but to say things like, "You got locks on your back gate," or, "I've been thinking about getting one of those Wii alarms." There was a weird sort of bonding in it. Not friendly exactly, just a quiet understanding that something had stepped out of place, like the routine had been disrupted, and now we were all trying to patch it up. I kept going back to the footage, not just mine, everyone's. I watched each clip like it was a puzzle I hadn't solved yet. Same walk, same angle of approach, always the handle, always casual. But there was one video that stuck with me, and not for any dramatic reason. It was just weird. Someone had a second camera facing the street, not the door, the actual road. And when they posted their clip, it showed something none of the others had. He didn't arrive in a car, didn't bike in, didn't jog or wander up from the corner. He just appeared in frame, from the left, no context, walking with purpose, like he already knew where he was going. That's the part that bugged me the most. Not that he was checking doors, as messed up as that was, but that he was doing it so calmly, like it wasn't about breaking in, like he wasn't desperate or angry or even really trying to hide. It was something else. I talked to the woman whose house he entered. Her name's Marie. She lives down the street, in one of those slightly older terraces with the narrow hallways and long front rooms. I didn't know her before all this. We'd nodded a few times while taking out the bins, but that's about it. She reached out to me privately, sent a message after I commented on her post, said she'd talk if I wanted. So I walked over the next evening just after 6. She made tea, poured mine with milk even though I usually drink it plain, but I didn't correct her. We sat in her kitchen, both of us a bit awkward, like we weren't sure how seriously to take any of it. She told me the police had come by twice. They watched the footage, took her statement, said it was unusual behavior, but not technically breaking and entering, since the door wasn't locked. No damage, no theft, no threats. She said that word like she was quoting someone, not technically. I asked if she'd heard anything that night, any creaks or sounds that didn't fit. She shook her head. I sleep like a brick, she said. Didn't even know the fridge was open till I saw the light. Yogurt tub was in the bin, like he'd cleaned up after himself. She gave this strange little laugh when she said it, the kind people do when something's funny and not funny at the same time. Then she looked at me, more serious. He picked a spoon. What? A spoon, she said again. Not just grabbed one. He opened the drawer, looked, picked one, put the drawer back quiet. How do you know? She took a sip of tea. Because I watched the video over and over. You can see it. You can hear it too, if you turn the volume up. He was careful. That stuck with me. Not just that he came in. Not just that he sat there. But that he made choices, tiny, deliberate ones. The kind of choices people make when they're not in a rush, when they feel safe. I asked if she was scared. She said, not that night, not even the next day. Then added, it's worse now. Why? She hesitated. Because now I know what he looks like, and I've started thinking I've seen him since. That made my skin crawl. I asked where. She just shook her head. Not sure. Could be nothing. Could just be, I'm jumpy now. We sat in silence for a bit after that. Her clock ticked loud in the quiet. Before I left, she walked me to the door. Said, I think he was looking for something. I asked what. She just said, not sure he found it. The walk home was short but unsettling. My own front door felt different now, not just something to lock, but something that had been tested, like it had passed once, but might not again. That night, I added a second deadbolt. It wasn't fancy, just something I picked up from the DIY shop at the end of the block, installed it myself, watched a YouTube video with shaky audio to figure it out. Afterward, I stood outside and tried the handle. Twice. Just to hear the click, to make sure it held. And then, because I'm apparently a bit mad now, I opened the Ring app and watched my own door from my phone. Just sat there in my front room, watching a live feed of my own house, like it might try to lie to me. It didn't. Nothing happened. Just the wind. Just the quiet. Still, I barely slept. Every time the boiler kicked in, or the fridge groaned, or a car rolled past outside, I sat up and held my breath. Waiting. Not because I expected him to come back, but because I didn't understand why he left. The thing no one tells you is that the fear doesn't show up all at once. It sort of creeps into the corners first, changes how you move, how you talk to people. You tell yourself you're fine, but suddenly you're double-checking every lock in the house like it's a ritual. You pause a second longer before getting out of the shower. You turn off the TV just to make sure that last sound wasn't from outside. That's where I was. And I hadn't even been the one he got in on. I'd been lucky, that was all. I hadn't done anything smart or special. I'd just locked my door the way I always do, and somehow that was enough. That's what really stuck with me, the idea that nothing about me scared him off. He didn't see me through the window and decide against it. He didn't hear a dog bark or see a light flick on. He just tried the door, and it didn't open. So he moved on, like it was a vending machine that ate his coin. That was the part that started digging in, the longer I sat with it. He didn't hesitate. He didn't seem surprised it was locked, like most of them weren't. Like he was used to it. I didn't post much after the second day. The Facebook group was still buzzing, still full of people sharing clips and screenshots and theories, but I stopped commenting. The noise was making it worse. There were too many people trying to explain it away, saying things like, oh, maybe he was just drunk, or probably mental health related, or the worst one, well, if nothing was taken, is it really a crime? That one got under my skin. I wasn't thinking about crimes. I was thinking about presence, about someone being inside when they weren't supposed to be. Someone in your living room, someone who knows how your door handle feels, someone who touched your light switch in your fridge and maybe looked at the photos on your shelf while you were asleep in the next room. That's the part they didn't get. It wasn't about damage. It was about being watched. And whoever he was, he knew how to do that without making a sound. Anyway, a few days later, I ran into Marie again. I was coming back from the corner shop, late evening, bags in hand, and she was out front of her place, sweeping leaves off the path. She looked tired, not messy, just worn out around the eyes. We said hi, and I almost kept walking, but then she asked, "Have you had anything else happen?" I stopped. "No," I said. "You?" She looked at me for a second, not answering right away, just watching my face like she was deciding how honest to be. Then she said, Maybe. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. 3 nights ago, around 1:30, maybe a bit later, I was up reading, couldn't sleep, and I heard the door handle rattle again. That sentence made my mouth go dry. I asked if she looked through the peephole. She nodded. No one there. But you heard it. Clear as anything, not loud, just that quiet little click you know too well. I didn't ask why she didn't open the door. We both knew why. She said she sat on the stairs after that, just listened, didn't move for nearly half an hour. No other sounds, no knocks, nothing. I told her I hadn't heard anything since, no motion alerts, no footsteps. She just nodded again and said, "Yeah, but he wasn't just looking for unlocked doors." I didn't say anything to that. I went home and checked the footage again that night, like I always do now. Nothing, just wind, leaves, one of the neighbor's cats knocking over the bins again. But I couldn't sleep after. That sentence stuck with me. He wasn't just looking for unlocked doors. I tried to shake it, but I couldn't stop imagining him picking which ones to try. Not random, not a lineup. Maybe he watched. Maybe he scoped us out earlier. Maybe the unlocked ones were just the ones he'd already decided were worth entering. The next afternoon, I got a message. Not on Facebook, this was a text. Number I didn't recognize. Area code from somewhere in Ayrshire. It just said, "Check your recycling." No name, no context. My stomach dropped. I went out to the front bin and opened the lid. Just cans and wrappers. Nothing weird. But then I noticed something wedged between the bag and the side of the bin. A plastic spoon. White, clean, tucked in like someone had slid it in deliberately so it wouldn't fall out. I just stared at it. I didn't take it out. Didn't call the police. Didn't even tell Meg or Marie or anyone else. I shut the bin and went back inside and locked the door. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't gotten any more texts. No calls, no knocks, no doorbell pings. Just that spoon. But it changed something in me. Because it meant he remembered. It meant he knew who I was, or at least where I was. And that meant the first time he tried my door wasn't the only time. I didn't sleep the night after the spoon. I didn't even try. I stayed up in the living room with the lights on and my phone open to the Ring app, flicking between the live feed and the footage log like something might change while I was watching. Nothing did. It was quiet. But that didn't help. Because now I wasn't just scared of someone coming back. Now I knew he'd already been back. And this time, I hadn't seen him. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not Meg, not Marie, not even Jamie when he popped round the next day to drop off some drill bits I'd asked for weeks ago. I almost said it, almost brought it up like, "You ever find something that shouldn't be in your bin?" But I couldn't make the words feel normal. And if I couldn't say it without sounding crazy, I wasn't going to say it at all. Instead, I started doing small things. I rearranged my living room, pulled the sofa away from the front window, re-angled the lamp so it didn't cast shadows across the hallway at night, bought a cheap wedge alarm for the back door. Not because I thought it would stop him, just so I'd know if it happened again. I even printed out one of those fake 24-hour CCTV in operation signs and stuck it to the inside of the glass. Not sure who I thought I was fooling. Probably just myself. I watched Marie more too. Not in a weird way, just noticed her more. The way she kept her curtains shut tighter than before, how she never took the bins out after dark now. The way she always scanned the street before unlocking her front door, keys already out like she was preparing for something to happen. We were all doing it, in our own way. One night, I came back from the shop and found her standing in her driveway, staring up at her roof. I asked if everything was okay. She didn't look away from whatever she was looking at. "Do you ever feel like he's still here?" she said. Not, "Do you think he'll come back?" Not, "What if it happens again?" Just still here. I didn't answer. Because I did. Not in the obvious ways. I didn't see vans parked on the street or catch anyone watching from the shadows, but the feeling was still there. That low, gnawing hum of wrongness that you learn to stop talking about because no one knows what to do with it. I asked if she'd seen anything. She didn't move. Yesterday morning, she said, my mail was inside, on the floor, door was still locked. I felt that slow, cold twist in my stomach. Are you sure it didn't just fall through? It was stacked, neat, like someone had picked it up and left it for me. I didn't know what to say. What do you even say to that? We stood there in silence for a while. Then she finally looked at me. "If I'm honest," she said, "I don't think he's gone. I just think he got better at it." That sentence lived in my head for days. I started noticing the gaps in my own habits, the small places where I might forget something, leave a curtain slightly open, take too long to relock the door after coming in, walk away from the kettle while it's boiling, letting the noise cover everything else. And I kept thinking, if he's watching, he knows all that. He knows my routine. He knows when I go quiet, when I sleep, when I don't. I tried to change things up, set alarms for odd hours, kept lights on at weird times, took different routes home, all that stuff you do when you're trying to be unpredictable. But it doesn't really work, because you can't outsmart someone when you don't know what game they're playing. And then something happened that pushed it all back to the surface. A new post went up in the Facebook group. Someone had footage, not of their own house, of a dog walker's clip, from a camera mounted on their dog's collar. I didn't even know people were doing that now. The woman who posted it said her dog had started acting strange during their usual morning walk, kept turning back, ears up, hackles raised, so she checked the footage when she got home. And at the 12-minute mark, you see a man, maybe him, maybe not, but it felt close, standing at the corner of one of the cul-de-sacs just off our street. Not moving, not walking a dog, just there. Hood up, head down, like he'd been waiting to be noticed. Or maybe hoping he wouldn't be. The timestamp was 5:38 a.m. Same day I found the spoon. I sat there staring at the paused frame, trying to make something clearer out of it. A clue, a detail. But there was nothing, just shadows and pixels in that same posture, relaxed, patient, familiar. I didn't comment. Didn't share it. Just saved the image to my phone and kept checking it every hour for the rest of the day, like it might suddenly blink. That night, I didn't stay in. I packed a bag and went to Meg's. She was confused at first, but when she saw my face, she just nodded and asked what takeaway I wanted. I didn't tell her everything. Just enough. I said, "He left something for me." She didn't ask what. I slept on her sofa that night, barely moving, and still, I woke up 3 times with my heart pounding, convinced I'd heard the front gate. In the morning I checked my phone, no new alerts, no missed calls. Just the saved photo from the dog cam. Still him, still standing, still watching. The hardest part was that life didn't stop just because something awful might be happening in the background. Bills still showed up, work still called, people still asked you how you were in that polite, shallow way that made it impossible to answer truthfully. I'd nod and say, "Yeah, all good," like I wasn't sleeping with the hallway light on, like I wasn't checking my bin for messages or spoons, or God knows what every morning. Like I didn't flinch every time my phone buzzed past midnight. There's something deeply isolating about a fear you can't prove, something that makes you feel stupid for being scared, and even more stupid for trying to explain it. I'd half start to bring it up in conversations to Meg, to Jamie, even to the guy I work with at the print shop, but I always bailed. I could already hear the way they'd respond, logical, reassuring. Probably just a prank, or sounds like someone messing about. And maybe it was. That was the worst part. Maybe it really was just some weird guy with too much time and a taste for yogurt and unlocked doors. Maybe it was all over already, and I was just dragging it out in my head. But if that was true, why couldn't I stop thinking about it? I started writing things down, not to show anyone, just for myself, just so I could track what was happening and see if there was a pattern, a logic to it. I made a list of all the things that had changed since it started: the spoon, the unlocked door, the silent visits, the open gate, Marie's moved mail, the dog cam footage. It didn't add up to anything clear, but it felt better to see it on paper, like maybe if I looked hard enough I'd see what he wanted. I kept checking in with Marie, though not as often. We didn't say much anymore when we passed each other, but there was this kind of quiet understanding between us now, like we were the only 2 people on the street still paying attention. Everyone else had moved on. The Facebook posts had stopped. People were back to complaining about potholes and stolen flower pots. I guess that's how it works. People get scared for a bit, then bored, then numb. Something new always comes along. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't, because even though nothing new had happened since the spoon, that sense of being watched never really went away. I'd walk to the shop and feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and stare at the ceiling, certain I'd heard someone on the gravel outside. The ring never pinged. The cameras never showed anything, but that didn't matter. You don't need to see the wind to feel it, and whatever this was, I felt it. Then, one night, something changed. I was home alone. Meg was staying at Jamie's, and I decided not to follow her this time. I was tired of feeling like I was running from my own house. I made dinner, something simple, pasta and garlic bread, and sat on the sofa to eat while an old episode of MasterChef played in the background. It was normal, calm, almost peaceful. Until I heard something from the front garden. Not a bang, not glass breaking, just a soft crunch, like a footstep on gravel. I muted the TV. Waited. Nothing. I grabbed my phone and opened the Ring app. Live feed loaded, porch empty, no motion alert, nothing moving. But I kept staring. I was so sure I'd heard something. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second, a flicker, like the signal had hiccuped. It came back instantly, still empty, but I'd seen it. I rewound the footage by 10 seconds, watched it again, the moment the screen jumped. It didn't catch anything, no figure, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened out there, just outside the range of the camera. I waited a few more minutes, watched the feed, still nothing. I should have let it go. I should have gone back to eating, but instead I got up and opened the door. The porch was empty, path empty, gate closed. But something was there, sitting right in the center of the doormat. Another spoon. Same kind, plain, plastic, slightly bent at the tip. No note this time, no message. Just the spoon. I didn't pick it up. I didn't touch it. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just looking at it like it might move on its own. I glanced around the street. Empty. No one walking past. No cars pulling away. Just quiet, and me, and this stupid, meaningless thing that somehow meant everything. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Meg. I just shut the door, locked it, deadbolted it, and sat back down on the sofa. I didn't touch my food. I didn't unmute the TV. I just sat there and stared at the door like it might knock on its own. I stayed up all night. Didn't sleep. Didn't blink, it felt like. In the morning, the spoon was gone. Not kicked aside. Not blown off. Just gone. Like it had been taken back. Or like I'd imagined the whole thing and someone somewhere was laughing at how seriously I was taking it. But I hadn't imagined it. I know I hadn't. Because I wrote it down. The time, the shape, the texture, the way the plastic bent slightly in the middle like it had been used once and cleaned too aggressively. I wrote all of it down before I even shut the door. And that's when I realized what he was doing. He wasn't just watching. He was reminding me. After that second spoon, I knew I couldn't stay. Not out of panic, it wasn't that. It wasn't even fear in the same way anymore. It was this quiet, creeping realization that I wasn't going to win, that this was never a thing I could solve. He wasn't someone I could outsmart or catch in the act or reason with. He wasn't coming to break in or steal or hurt. He was just coming, in his own way, on his own schedule. And my house, the one I'd painted, filled with second-hand furniture, taken naps in, and cooked lazy Sunday dinners in it, didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a place he visited. Like the front door was just a line he hadn't crossed yet, and even if he never did, the knowing was enough. I didn't want to be a person who lived like that. So I decided I was leaving. Meg understood, not right away, but she didn't push. She said I could stay at Jamie's for as long as I needed, while I figured things out. And I did 3 nights on their lumpy futon, still not sleeping properly, still checking my phone every hour. I even disabled my Ring app for a while. Not because I stopped caring, but because I couldn't handle the anticipation anymore. That constant spike of dread every time a motion alert went off, even if it was just the postie or a squirrel. It was wrecking me. I put in my notice with the letting agent a week later, gave the standard 28 days, didn't wait for the full term to end. I listed a few of my things on Facebook Marketplace, boxed up the rest, and started looking at flats outside the city, somewhere smaller, quieter, not so anonymous. Marie didn't say much when I told her. She just nodded and said, "I get it." And I think she did. That week, I went back once more to pick up the last of my things. Just me, middle of the afternoon, bright and unthreatening. I walked in and felt the weird stillness of a place that had already stopped being home. You could hear the echoes in the walls. You could smell the dust starting to settle. Everything looked normal, too normal, like nothing had happened, like it had all been in my head. But then I checked the kitchen. There was a third spoon on the counter. This one wasn't plastic. It was metal. Plain, cheap, the kind you'd get in a 5-pack from IKEA. But it was mine, from my drawer, and I hadn't been there in days. I stood there for a while, staring at it, not afraid, just done. It felt like the last word in a conversation I never wanted to be part of. A final message, or maybe a goodbye. I picked it up, washed it, dried it, put it back in the drawer like it belonged there. Then I walked out and didn't come back. I moved to a smaller flat, about 25 minutes away, top floor, no garden, one door in, one door out. It's not anything special, but it's mine. It's quiet. I can see the whole street from my window. I started sleeping again. Not great, but better. Meg and I still talk, so does Marie. We check in now and then. A group chat was started. It's quiet now. Just memes and check-ins, and the odd bin day reminder. There haven't been any more sightings. No more Facebook clips. No new notes. No spoons. But I still catch myself watching. Not obsessively, not constantly, but when the house goes still at night and the wind picks up, I still pause and listen. I still lock the door, then check it twice. I still angle the hallway light so I can see the floor from my bed. That's the part I never expected. It's not the fear that stays, it's the habit. The small, instinctive changes that linger long after the danger's gone. The way you shrink into yourself, the way you stop assuming you're alone, even when you are. But I'm okay with that now, because it taught me something I didn't know before. That safety isn't a feeling, it's a choice you make over and over again. Every locked door, every gut instinct you don't ignore. Every time you say, "No, actually, I'm not just being dramatic." I used to think people who told stories like this were trying to scare others. But now I think they're just trying to tell you what can happen, not to make you paranoid, but to remind you to pay attention. To make you trust that feeling in your spine when something doesn't sit right. To make sure you don't ignore the knock you didn't hear. The sound you almost missed. The door you thought you locked. Because sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes he'll try the handle and just move on. And sometimes he won't. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. You think she's homeless? Jen asked. Maybe, I said. But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird. Should we call someone? I shrugged. She's not on our property. That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary, early 50s maybe. No visible scars or dirt, no signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by he said, "I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back when she's ready. Jen frowned. That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie. I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. You think she's confused? Jen asked. Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops? She hasn't trespassed. We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink. I checked the time again, 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kid's window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kid's window. Jen's face tightened. Are you sure? She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know. And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window, the kitchen, right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was, right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling, hands clasped, head bowed, like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still, head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal, changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again, light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank. Not expressionless. She looked sad. Not weeping, not dramatic. just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled. Barely, just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand, not waving, pointing, upstairs again, at the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. She told me I'd remember. Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again. She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there. But it had my name, my signature, A discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes. No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. I'll wait as long as it takes. That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named L, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case, just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, Just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman, no proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. "What's your name?" She tilted her head. "You used to know it." "I don't." A soft smile. "Not yet." "You keep coming here, why?" She looked up at the house. "Because he said I could." "Who's he?" "You." I swallowed. "I never said that." "You did, a long time ago." I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. "You can't be here." "I know." She looked down at her hands. "But I don't have anywhere else to be." We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with "How long has it been since your last visit?" I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed. Because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines, written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. Better, I said, just tired. She handed me a folded sheet of paper. I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer. I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we," I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. "When was that?" "You didn't know at the time." "What did I say exactly?" She closed her eyes. "You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back, and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. "You never came inside," I said. "I promised I wouldn't." "You kept that promise." She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real?" Her smile didn't change. "You're asking the wrong question." "What's the right one?" She paused, then said softly, "Why did you forget me?" I felt dizzy. "I don't know." She stepped closer. "I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go. But you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking." "I didn't mean to." "I know." I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. "Is it different now?" "Yes," I said. "Better?" "Sometimes." She nodded. "I'm sorry I scared you." "You didn't," I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. "You're not coming back again, are you?" I asked. "No." "Because I remember now." "No," she said, "because you're not mine anymore." I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did. But the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might, just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling, a steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known, someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, "It was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad." I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods. When I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises, I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to. I wasn't planning on being out that late. I'd finished a shift at the pub. I help out part-time, nothing fancy, just pulling pints and wiping tables, and I was starving, headachy, and running low on fuel. Like literally, the fuel light had been on since I left Selly Oak, and I was playing chicken with it the whole drive home. I don't even like getting petrol that late, but it was either that or risk stalling on the A38, so I stopped at that BP off Pershore Road. The one with the flickering sign and the weird green lighting that always makes everything look slightly jaundiced. It was just past 11:30. I remember that exactly because my phone buzzed as I pulled in a WhatsApp message from Meg, my flatmate, asking if I'd eaten yet. I didn't reply right away. I just pulled up to the second pump, killed the engine, and stepped out. There was only one other car there. Not even a car, a van, white, battered, one of those generic models you see plumbers and decorators drive. No branding, bit of rust near the tires. The engine wasn't running, and it wasn't at a pump. It was just parked sideways near the air machine. The man standing next to it was odd. That's the only word I've got. He was holding a phone, but he wasn't doing anything with it, just staring down at the screen. No scrolling, no tapping, just holding it like a prop, like he thought that would make him look normal. He looked up once when I got out. We made brief eye contact, not long enough for it to be a thing, but long enough for me to register that I didn't like it. You know that feeling when someone looks at you too still? Not checking you out, just watching. I filled up fast, paid at the pump, didn't even go inside for a snack like I usually do. Something about the place felt off. Not unsafe, not really, but heavy, like the air had a weight to it. When I pulled out of the station, the van didn't move right away. I thought, okay, maybe he's waiting for someone. Maybe he lives nearby. I was trying to be rational. I didn't want to make a thing out of it. It had been a long day. I was tired. Sometimes your brain makes patterns where there aren't any, just because it wants something to focus on. But then I hit the first turn, and the van showed up in my mirror. Not right on my tail, not obvious, just there, hanging back by a car length, headlights a bit dimmer than normal, like someone had taken the time to tweak them. I told myself not to panic. People leave petrol stations all the time. Maybe he's just going the same way. Maybe this is a coincidence. But when I turned again left this time, toward the roundabout, he turned too. I took the second exit. So did he. That's when I started to feel it. That slow, crawling unease that creeps up your neck when you're trying to stay calm, but your body already knows something's wrong. I drove slower, not braking hard or anything, just easing off the pedal to see what he'd do. He slowed too. Didn't overtake, didn't honk, just stayed with me. I switched lanes. He did too. That's when I stopped pretending it was nothing. I didn't go home. There was no way I was pulling into my street and letting him know where I lived. Instead, I kept circling, took a few random turns around Sturchley, past the old Wilco and down into some quieter roads. No traffic, no people, just rows of terraces and parked cars. Every time I glanced in the mirror, he was still there. No flashing lights, no road rage, no attempt to pass, just there. I started talking to myself, quietly, just little phrases like, "Okay, stay calm," and "You're fine, just think." I do that when I'm anxious. It helps me stay focused. Like I need to hear something human to drown out the fear. I knew there was a Tesco Express near Bourneville that stayed open late, not 24 hours, but until midnight. I figured even if it was closed, the car park would be lit. Maybe a staff member would still be inside. Maybe cameras. At the very least, it was public. So I headed there. I pulled into the lot a bit faster than I meant to, tires skidding slightly, heart pounding. I parked right under one of those harsh white lights that makes you look like a ghost. The van didn't follow me in. It parked across the street. Not in a bay, not near a shop. Just there, on the curb, facing me. I sat in my car and tried to steady my breathing. I didn't want to call the police yet. I wasn't sure what I'd even say. A man might be following me. I'd sound paranoid. Maybe I was paranoid. But I've learned to trust that little voice that says something's off. It's been right before. I texted Meg again. "Hey, I'm fine. Just weird vibes at Tesco. Let you know when I'm heading home." She didn't reply right away. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. The van didn't move. Neither did I. I thought about getting out and going inside, but my legs felt locked. I figured if he was waiting for me to leave the car, I wasn't going to give him that. So I just sat. 45 minutes passed. Maybe closer to an hour. I stared at my phone the whole time, checked socials, scrolled mindlessly, kept glancing up every minute or so. At some point, the van was just gone. No sound, no flash of lights, no engine, just empty space where it had been. I didn't relax. I waited another 10 minutes, just in case he was circling the block. Then I drove home. I took a weird route, doubled back twice, sped up, slowed down, nothing behind me. When I turned onto my street, everything looked normal. Same quiet row of houses, same cat sitting on the neighbor's car, same front porch light I always forget to replace. I parked, got out, lock clicked twice out of habit. And that's when I noticed it. My front door, slightly open. Not wide, not broken, just unlocked. And I always lock it. I stood on the pavement, just staring at the door. It wasn't wide open, just barely ajar. Not even enough to see inside, but it was enough. Enough to know something was off. I don't leave it like that. I lock it, always. It's muscle memory at this point. Key in, twist, handle check, walk away, especially at night. I just stood there, frozen, my hand still on my car keys. The Tesco receipt crumpled in my pocket. My breath felt too loud. Maybe I forgot, I told myself. Maybe I'd rushed out earlier and hadn't clicked it all the way. Maybe it didn't catch. But even as I thought it, I knew it wasn't true, because I remembered locking it. I didn't go inside. I backed off, got back in the car, locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, just staring at the house. Everything else looked normal. Lights off, curtains shut. My bedroom window still cracked open the way I'd left it. Nothing smashed, no movement. I didn't see anyone on the street. But that didn't make me feel better. I rang Meg, twice, no answer. Then I texted her, "Are you home?" Door was open. No response. My phone said it was 12:48 a.m. Too late for anything to feel casual. Too early for it to be morning. I sat there for another minute, trying to decide if I was being dramatic. Then I did what I probably should have done an hour earlier. I called 101. The woman who answered was calm, patient, asked if I felt safe. I told her about the man at the petrol station, the van, the circling, the waiting. Then I told her about the door. She asked if I lived alone. I told her no, my flatmate was supposed to be home, but I hadn't heard from her. They said they'd send someone out to check. 10 minutes, tops. I kept the engine running while I waited. Headlights on, doors locked. I don't know why that made me feel better, like a running car could somehow keep me safer, but it did. I watched the street, every movement, every shadow. I counted how many porch lights were on, tried to guess how many people were still awake behind the curtains. It was dead quiet. No van, no movement. Just the hum of the car and the faint buzz of my phone screen lighting up every so often with no new messages. At 12:59 a.m., a police car pulled up. 2 officers, a woman and a man, both in their 40s, maybe, got out. They looked more tired than concerned, but they didn't dismiss me. I appreciated that. I got out and met them at the pavement, told them everything again, trying not to sound like I was spiraling. They nodded along. "Let's take a look," the woman said. "You stay out here, all right?" The guy went around the back, just in case. I stood by the gate, arms crossed tight over my chest, watching the woman step inside through the front door. She didn't even have to push it. It opened like it was waiting for her. That image stuck with me. She disappeared inside. A minute later, the back officer radioed in that the rear door was locked. Windows were shut. No signs of forced entry. I waited. It felt like forever, but it was maybe 5 minutes. Then she came back out, gave a small nod, and said, "Nobody's in there. No signs of anyone breaking in. Looks secure now." I didn't know what to say. Relief and anxiety hit at the same time, canceling each other out. She must have seen the look on my face, because she added, "Sometimes these things happen. You might have thought you locked it, but if the latch didn't catch, I lock it, I said, a bit too fast. I always do. She just nodded again, didn't argue. They took my statement, wrote down the van's description, told me to keep an eye out and call 999 if anything felt off again. Asked if I had somewhere else to stay tonight, which honestly freaked me out more than anything. I said no, that I'd be okay. They left after that. I didn't go inside right away. I sat on the steps for a minute, keys in hand, just watching the street again, trying to convince myself it was over, that I was being overly cautious, that everything was fine now. Eventually, I stood up and opened the door all the way. That's when I saw it. A takeaway bag, right there, on the doormat. Not from anywhere I recognized. Plain brown paper, folded at the top, no receipt stapled to the front. Just a note tucked inside the handles, white paper, lined, torn from a notebook, handwritten. I pulled it out slowly. Only one line. Thanks for not making me wait long. No name. No explanation. Just that. My body went cold. Not dramatic, horror movie cold. Just wrong. Like my skin didn't fit right. Like I'd swallowed something heavy and it was sitting in the pit of my stomach. I looked inside the bag. It was empty. No food, no containers, no smell. Just the bag and the note. I didn't go inside after that. I grabbed the bag, locked the door, triple-checked it this time and walked straight to the end of the street. Called an Uber, texted Meg again. Going to yours. Something's wrong at mine. Still nothing. I stayed at her boyfriend's flat that night, curled up on their sofa in my hoodie, eyes on the door. I didn't sleep. Every noise outside made me flinch. I kept replaying it all in my head. The van, the stair, the door, the note. What did he mean? Thanks for not making me wait long. Wait for what? For me to come home? For me to notice? For me to leave the door unlocked? The worst part was that it didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a fact. Like something had already happened, and I was just now catching up. I didn't go home the next day. I couldn't. I kept trying to talk myself into it, you know. Just go in, grab a bag, change clothes, make sure everything's locked this time. But every time I even thought about stepping inside that flat, my chest got tight. I stayed at Meg's boyfriend's place again, Jamie. He had a spare room full of guitars and old band posters, and he let me crash there without asking too many questions. Just handed me a clean towel and said, "You want tea or something stronger?" I took the tea. I was already wired enough. When Meg finally answered my texts, she was sorry, said she'd fallen asleep with her phone on silent, didn't see anything until morning. She felt bad, offered to go to the flat with me, but I said no. I wasn't ready. I didn't even know what I was afraid of exactly. There was no break-in, no actual confrontation, no violence, just a weird man, a van, a door left open, a bag with a note. It sounds small when you list it out like that, but the feeling, that heavy, skin-prickling dread, that wasn't small. That stayed with me. I went to work the next night like nothing happened. It felt better to pretend for a while, pouring drinks, cleaning glasses, making dumb jokes with regulars, normal stuff. No one there knew anything about it, and I wasn't in the mood to explain. I just needed to feel like myself again. But around 9, I went to the back to grab a case of ginger ale and saw something that made me stop cold. Outside, across the street, under one of the yellow streetlights, a white van. Not moving, not parked in a bay, just sitting there, half in shadow, angled toward the front of the pub. I stood behind the storage shelf, not breathing, eyes locked on that shape through the gap in the crates, trying to tell if it was the same one. It looked like it. Same battered sides, same bit of rust on the wheel arch. But it wasn't like I'd taken a photo the first time. I couldn't be sure, and even if it was the same van, that didn't mean it was the same man. Except it felt like it was. I stayed behind the shelf for maybe a full minute. My fingers were digging into the cardboard of the ginger ale case, nails pressing through. Then one of the other bartenders, Lewis, came back and saw me just standing there like a mannequin. "You good?" I nodded, too fast. "Yeah, just got dizzy for a sec." He gave me a look but didn't push, carried the box out for me. I followed, acting normal, head down. When I looked outside again an hour later, the van was gone. That night, I didn't go back to Meg's. I went to my sister's in Moseley. I didn't tell her why, just said I needed a change of scenery. She offered me the sofa, fed me pasta, and put on one of those cooking shows where everyone's too polite to actually critique each other. I didn't sleep much. At around 3 in the morning, I checked the CCTV app for our flat. Meg had it installed when we moved in, a cheap indoor cam pointing at the front hallway, mostly for package theft paranoia. We almost never used it. I'd kind of forgotten it even existed. I opened the app, expecting to see nothing. For the most part, that's what I got. Just timestamps, shadows moving, the lights turning on briefly when Meg came home around 6. She looked fine, normal, no sign of worry, no sign of anything weird. Then I scrolled further back, to the night before, the time I was at Tesco. There was a gap in the footage. It jumped from 3 to 12, 58, 55 minutes, just gone. I stared at that missing chunk for a long time. Then I pressed play on the clip that came next. The one timestamp 12:58, the moment the feed came back online. The frame lit up, a flash of light, motion at the bottom corner. Someone had opened the front door. But they weren't coming in. They were leaving. Just a shape, hood up, head down, fast, gone before the light even fully came on. No face, no details. I paused it, replayed it, zoomed in even though it was all pixels and grain. Still nothing clear. But it was real. Someone had been in the flat during the exact time I was parked across town, sitting under a Tesco light, trying to decide if I was overreacting. My stomach dropped. I thought about calling the police, reporting the footage, but what would I even say? That someone maybe came in, maybe didn't take anything, and left behind a weird note. No forced entry, no weapon, no threat, just a presence. I turned the camera feed off. Didn't save it. Didn't show Meg. It felt like admitting it out loud would somehow make it worse, make it more real. The next day, I finally went home. Meg came with me. She chatted the whole way about her job, her boyfriend, something about her mum's new cat, and I just nodded and smiled, and gave the right responses, but I barely heard her. The whole walk up to our front door, I felt this tightness in my back, like something was watching us through the letterbox. But everything looked normal. We went inside. The flat smelled a little musty, like it always did after a couple of days. Shoes by the door, post on the mat, nothing touched, nothing moved. I checked the hallway. No note, no bag, just the camera, blinking its little red light, back to normal. Meg didn't notice anything off. She made tea. I sat on the edge of the sofa and stared at my bedroom door. I didn't say what I was thinking, didn't tell her what I'd seen. I just asked if she could help me change the locks. We changed the locks the next day. Well, Jamie changed them. Meg asked him, and he came round with one of those cheap lock kits from Screwfix, acting like it was no big deal. Joked about finally getting to be the man of the house. I smiled like it was funny. I didn't feel any safer. I kept thinking about that missing hour on the camera, about the door opening at 12:58, about that blurry figure leaving like he'd just finished whatever he came for. I hadn't told Meg about that part. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding paranoid, or worse, like I'd made it up, and I didn't want to spook her. She still seemed convinced it was all just a weird one-off, some guy being creepy, nothing major. Maybe she was right, but I couldn't shake it. That week, I started noticing little things I probably wouldn't have clocked before, like the front door handle being warm when I came home one night, or the bathroom light left on when I was sure I'd turned it off. Once, I woke up to the sound of the kettle boiling at 4 a.m., and when I got to the kitchen, nothing was on. No water, no switch, just the faint smell of lime scale and heat. I didn't say anything, just started locking my bedroom door at night. I ordered one of those cheap door wedge alarms off Amazon, slept with it pressed under the handle. The sound would have been deafening if it ever went off. It never did. But that didn't help me sleep any better. One night, I came home late after a double shift. Meg was at Jamie's. I didn't want to be alone in the flat, but I also didn't want to make it a thing. I was trying to act normal. Like things were okay now, like this wasn't still getting under my skin. I ordered takeout Chinese, some greasy sweet and sour chicken and chips that soaked through the paper carton before it even got to me. I ate it in silence on the sofa, watching reruns of Taskmaster and pretending to laugh. I almost convinced myself I was fine, until I took the rubbish out. The bin shed's around the side of the building, tucked in behind the garden wall. It's not a long walk, maybe 10 steps from the front door, but it always feels longer at night, especially when the motion light doesn't kick in fast enough. That night it didn't come on at all. I stepped into the dark and just stood there holding a greasy bag of leftovers, waiting for the bulb to flicker on. It didn't. I looked up at the sensor. Nothing. Then I glanced down the side path and saw him. Not up close. Not moving. Just standing there, backlit by the street lamp on the other side of the fence. Tall, thin, still. Same hooded coat. Same shape I'd seen on the camera. I didn't move. Not right away. My brain just stopped. Then I backed up, slow and clumsy, bag of rubbish still in my hand, until I hit the edge of the doorway. I didn't even shut the bin lid. just dropped the bag and ran inside, locking the door with both hands. I didn't look out the window. I didn't want to know if he was still there. Instead, I did something I hadn't done since I was a teenager. I moved the wardrobe in front of my bedroom door. Took me 10 minutes and a bruised shin, but I wedged it there like I was preparing for a storm, slept with the light on, music playing from my laptop, hoodie pulled up over my ears like I was trying to disappear. The next morning, I checked the side path. No sign of him. No footprints. No leftover rubbish. Nothing. The motion sensor worked fine. I didn't tell Meg. Again, I didn't know how. I didn't want her to think I was spiraling. And maybe I was, but that didn't mean it wasn't real. That day, I asked Jamie if he could help me set up new cameras. He brought over a proper kit, ones with cloud backup and night vision, motion detection, the works. We installed one above the door, one facing the path, one inside near the kitchen. I paid for the whole year of service up front just to be sure. I watched the feeds like they were TV. Nothing. For days. Then, one night, the outside camera picked something up. Not him, not directly. But the bin lid was open. We'd been using bungee cords to keep it shut, raccoons or foxes or whatever, but the cord was snapped, like someone had pulled it too hard. Inside, under the rubbish bags, was a piece of paper. Crumpled, damp, no envelope. It just said, "You locked it this time." No name. No handwriting I recognized. Just that sentence. I felt something in me go very still. Like a switch flipping. Like now it was a game, and I had no idea what the rules were. I started leaving lights on at all hours. Bought one of those fake TV lights that flashes behind the curtains to make it look like someone's awake. Kept the cameras on my second screen while I worked. Stopped answering the door unless I was expecting someone. He never tried anything big. No break-ins, no smashed windows, no shouting from the street. Just reminders. A note slipped through the letterbox. An open gate I knew I'd shut. Once, I came home, and the hallway smelled like aftershave, not mine, not Jamie's. Just faint enough to make me question if I imagined it. But I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. This wasn't about robbing me. It wasn't about scaring me, exactly. It was about being seen, about showing me he could still get close, even after I thought I was safe. That's when I realized something I hadn't let myself say out loud. He'd been in the flat more than once. Not just that night with the takeaway bag. Before that. After that. I didn't know how many times. And I didn't know if he was still coming back. I didn't tell anyone everything. I think part of me believed that if I said it all out loud, every note, every small shift, every weird little thing that kept happening, it would make it worse. Like acknowledging it fully would give it more power, more shape. Or maybe I just didn't want to hear someone say, "You're overthinking this." Because I wasn't. I know what it feels like when something is off. Not in a dramatic ghost story way. Not in a "I saw something in the mirror" way. Just a low, constant awareness that someone is near, watching, choosing to wait. That was the worst part, the waiting. He never did anything in a rush, never smashed his way in or left big threats. It was always quiet, always restrained, like he wanted to prove a point that he didn't have to be loud to get inside my head. And it worked. I started skipping work, told them I had the flu, stopped going to the shops unless someone came with me. Meg noticed, of course. She kept asking if I was okay, but I kept brushing it off. Just tired. Didn't sleep well. Work's been nuts. She believed me at first, or maybe she wanted to. It wasn't until the morning we found the deadbolt unlocked that she started to understand. She definitely locked it. We both had. We double-checked it every night like clockwork. But when we came downstairs that morning, it was just hanging open. Not broken, not damaged, just undone. Like someone had reached in, turned it, and walked away. I watched her face as she looked at it, watched something change in her, this tiny flicker of doubt turning into fear. She didn't say anything right away, just locked it again and stared at the door like it might blink. Later that day, she brought it up. "You don't think Jamie?" I cut her off. "No, it's not him." She nodded slowly, but I could see she wasn't convinced. Not fully. How could she be? None of it made sense. No one saw anything. Nothing was ever caught on the cameras. Which is when I remembered the back one. The motion cam we'd installed at the garden side, near the bin shed. It only saved clips when it detected movement. I usually ignored the alerts. It picked up cats and wind-blown leaves half the time, but that morning I opened the log. There were no alerts for the past 2 nights. None. Not even one. Which meant someone had either walked right past it without setting it off, or turned it off altogether. I opened the live feed. Black screen. I went outside and checked it in person. The camera had been turned to face the wall. Not ripped down, not damaged. Just swiveled sideways out of view. I didn't even say anything when I came back in. I just sat on the sofa and stared at the floor, heart going too fast, trying not to cry. Meg sat next to me and said, "Okay, I believe you now." We stayed in that day, both of us, drew the curtains, turned on every light in the flat, didn't go near the back door, watched the hallway like it might try something. She asked if we should call the police again. I said no. What could we even report? A door left open? A camera turned slightly? A bunch of notes with no fingerprints? We'd done that already. They'd come, looked around, made sympathetic noises, and told us to stay vigilant. What else was there? That night, we made a plan. It wasn't dramatic. We weren't planning to catch him or confront him. We just wanted out. We moved out 3 weeks later. Meg found a place in Harborne, a little more expensive, but a lot newer. Big building, secure entry, full CCTV, outside and inside. A concierge who actually talks to you. I took the spare room. It wasn't even a conversation. She just said, "You're coming too," and that was that. I didn't argue. Packing up the old flat was strange. We didn't talk much while we did it. There was a tension in the air that none of us wanted to name. We boxed up our mugs and pans like any 2 people moving house, but everything was quieter. Even the sound of the tape gun felt too loud. The night before we left, I sat alone in my old bedroom for a while. Door locked. Light on. I looked around at the scuffed skirting boards, the tiny crack in the window frame, the wall where I'd once stuck all those postcards. It didn't feel like mine anymore. It hadn't for a while. I don't know how long I sat there before I got up and checked the hallway one last time. Nothing. No bag. No note. No shadow waiting behind the coat rack. I should have felt relieved, but all I felt was tired. We moved the next morning. 2 cars, 4 trips. Jamie helped. So did Meg's brother. Everything went smooth, like we were just moving on with our lives because we were. And for a while, things were fine. Quiet. Normal. That first night in the new flat, I slept through the night for the first time in over a month. No wedge under the door, no noise machine, just silence and a locked door I trusted. Weeks passed, then months. Nothing strange, no vans, no notes, no open doors or turned cameras. It was like we'd left it all behind with the old postcode. I started going out again, got back into work, started talking to people properly, stopped watching the CCTV feed every night, like it was some kind of horror film. Eventually, I even started laughing again. Meg and I threw a small housewarming party. Nothing wild, just pizza, some of her unimates, a bit of music. I didn't realize how much I'd missed that people, voices, life that didn't feel like it was hiding from something. Someone asked me that night why we moved. I just said, needed better security. They nodded, no follow-up. And that was that. But here's the part no one talks about. Even after it stops, it doesn't really stop. Not in your head. You still check the rear-view mirror a little more often than you used to. You still glance out your peephole before unlocking the door, even in the middle of the day. You still wake up sometimes for no reason, heart already racing, certain you heard a noise that probably wasn't there. That doesn't just go away. I don't think it ever will. I never figured out who he was, never saw the van again, never got another note. He just stopped. And I've gone over that 1,000 times in my head, why it ended, why it didn't escalate, why it began in the first place. I don't have an answer. Maybe I was just the target of opportunity that night. Maybe I looked tired, distracted, alone. Maybe he was just the kind of person who enjoyed watching people fall apart a little bit at a time. Not with knives or violence. Just silence. Just presence. I threw out all the notes before we moved. Every last one. Even the one that said, "Thanks for not making me wait long." I stood at the wheelie bin and burned them with a lighter, one by one. Watched the paper curl and blacken and turn into flakes that disappeared in the wind. It didn't feel cathartic. It just felt like the right thing to do. Meg asked me once, months later, when we were both a bit drunk on a Friday night and watching a terrible film, "Do you think he's still out there?" I didn't answer right away. Then I said, "Yeah," not to scare her, just because I believe it. People like that don't vanish. They find someone else, somewhere else, another petrol station, another unlocked door, another tired woman who just wanted to get home. But not me, not anymore. I'm not scared of him exactly. I just know better now. I still keep a door wedge in my bag, still have a camera app on my phone, still check the locks twice before bed. Call it trauma, call it paranoia, call it caution, whatever it is. It's part of me now. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Because there's one last thing I haven't told you. Not because I forgot, just because I didn't know how to say it until now. That first night back at the BP station when he looked up from his phone and stared at me, I knew. I don't mean I recognized him. I didn't. I'd never seen him before. No big moment, no scream of instinct. It was smaller than that. Just a flicker. Like my body understood something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. That's what I think about now more than anything else. How many other people have felt that flicker and ignored it? How many other doors got left unlocked? How many other bags were left behind? I don't know. But I got out. I got away. And I never let myself forget what that cost.